Hello, Miyari Kronichiwa. Happy gotcha. But, hello. Oh, this is a little loud for me. How is the audio? Is it a little too loud? I think it changed from last time and I don't know why. That's weird. Yeah, this is louder than last time and I have no earthly idea why. That's, fun. Oh! Oh, no wonder. What the heck? I'm glad it's fine for you. It was very loud for me. The perpetually open Twitch chat! I mean, I'm glad you found a method that works. On the other hand, for context, I don't know why, but my computer sometimes just resets my audio settings. So, instead of being at a palatable level, it was at full blast. Oh, imagine being allowed to listen to things. It does that with Discord a lot of the time, too. So sometimes, like, I talk with people and then I just have a headache eventually and I don't know why, because it's only just loud enough where I don't notice that there's a difference until it starts, like, hurting me. But that's fine. It's fine. Everything is totally fine. Regardless. Oh, side note, I have a straw again. I don't know, I'm just very excited about having a straw again. The mic is still a little bit quiet and relative to— oh shoot, I have to turn down the gain then. Because my mic, if it's any louder, will destroy your eardrums. So this goes down. That would be wise. Is that too quiet though, is the question. It might be that the in-game, like when you're in-game, the music is a little bit quieter. But I'll just let me know and I'll change it. But for now, that should work. Also, I don't know if they're even here, but apparently 2 days ago someone subscribed with Prime, and thank you to Jairani for the Prime. Anyway, I wanted to put it out there. Anyway, first time in a month you can have a break. Oh man, it's almost winter break? Question mark? Or like, is it actually winter break? No, I can't remember when finals is. Regardless, I'm glad that you get to take a break. And can rest. Whether or not it's before or after finals is another thing entirely. I still have nightmares about school. Anyway, 2 days off for Thanksgiving break. Yeah, Thanksgiving is usually not afforded much of a break. Oh yeah, I forgot Thanksgiving break happens first and then it's winter break later. After like a couple of weeks or something like that? It's like the week after Thanksgiving. Taking 0 on 10% of the grade. Oh, oof. I remember when I would like go through the effort of calculating like backwards of like, okay, so I want this final grade. What is the barest minimum I need to do to make sure I get that grade? So, you know, sometimes that's just what you need to do for your own mental health and stability. I did not have that when I'm doing college. One time I did a semester that was 20 credits and also had an internship where I had to teach people. I could not teach people. That is not within my skill set. It's fine, I lived. Thanksgiving Day and Black Friday. I mean, sometimes you gotta support consumerism, I guess. C's get degrees? Fair enough. Listen, it's the information that you get out of it that's more important. Watch for a while, class shifted to online. Oh, shoot. Best of luck. Man, all y'all in school, just best of luck in general. It is a stressful time. Assuming you've been to class in like a month? I mean, if attendance isn't like a mandatory part of the thing. Wanna work already in college? Working is its own thing. It depends on your field. But, I don't know. School is... It doesn't help when every professor assumes that they're like your only class, and then they give you a crap ton of work to do. Oh well. Yeah, I have funny school stories. I think I've only skipped class like you know, besides being sick, but like, I think I've only skipped class, like twice. And the reasoning for that was, so, I was taking this class, and the attendance wasn't like counted as part of the grade, but that day, you see, was the release day of Pokemon Sun and Moon, and I did not have a vehicle, and the nearest GameStop was about like an hour or so of walking to get there. It might have been longer. I don't remember how long it actually took, but it was a while. There wasn't even a sidewalks part of the way there. And I did that. Got back and was so tired I could not go to class. And I did that twice when Ultra came out. It wasn't worth it for Ultra. Sun and Moon was worth it though. I will totally agree with that one. When you skip class, you'll think... Okay, I will say, try not to skip class, especially if you, like, need the information from the class. But, like, you know, if it's, like, a review day or something like that, and you don't necessarily need to, like, and it's, like, affecting you badly, like, I don't know, mental health day. Don't have grade inflation. Huh. Yeah, great. It depends on the program again. Did the same for that game. Was not worth it. For Ultra or for Sun and Moon normal? Because, like, okay. I understand that Ultra Sun and Moon is worth it for, like, quality of life, for gameplay stuff, because, you know, they fixed a lot of, like, AI and everything like that, and it's just, like, it's good in that respect. But I just don't like how they made Lucamine less evil, you know? Just let her be bad. Just let her be a terrible person. It made for a very interesting story. I don't know. Anyway. That's like my only gripe with it. I think it's because they advertised that they were gonna have a different plot and like it was gonna be like better and more dramatic, and it really wasn't. Oh well. Okay, let me... Before I continue on like a boomer reminiscing about, oh, my days in class in school. You know, let me go back to this. Yeah, motivation can be really hard. How did I even do it? I wish I could give advice. I think I just kind of went, well, I have to or I will be disappointed in myself. It's not really motivation. It's just a fear of disappointing myself and failure. I don't... Close enough? Back in my day, the SATs had difficult vocabulary. I had that discussion the other day. Anyway, what was happening here? Oh gosh, what was happening here? I know that she was pretending to be someone else. She's on the run from the government. Oh yeah, she might have a dog in that trunk. Or a snake. I think it's a snake. Oh right, we aren't opening it. It's gonna suffocate. 1,000 hours of Sun and Moon. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind the hand-holdy, like the linearity of Sun and Moon. I didn't mind it too much. I think it helped that, like, what was it? That was around the time and, like, it was like, no, that was X and Y. Yeah, no, I got it in college. Obviously, that's not what happened. Because in high school, I remember bringing in X and Y and, like, playing it with friends and stuff. That made it a lot more fun. Never get back in the bag! Spada playing part 2 in Pokemon games. Yeah, I never got Black 2, White 2, so I feel that. Yeah, it's... Take care of yourself out there. Oh right! Murder! Oh right! Best boy. Well, did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking? Oh yeah, you. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Ah, and then we're all just ghosts on a ghost ship. We're all just dead, actually. And Kazuma is the one who's actually still alive somehow. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? Pavlova is a food item? Yes, that is correct. There is another person on this ship who has a food-themed name, and I bet they're connected somehow. I just don't know how yet. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovik Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. Yeah, beef. You wish to forget? Challenging proposition, when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. Are you gonna sell it for money to live? Ah, yeah, okay. I have no money of my own. The Novovik Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. Oh. Yeah, that sounds pretty abusive. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So, you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova... I don't actually know how to say that. It creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Is she the Russian assassin Hemlock was wildly speculating about last week? She was pretending to be that guy. So, close enough. I guess he was kinda right, technically, on a very, very, very technical level. I can't wait for that to be the running trend, by the way. Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation to a conundrum. I'm not sure, but hey. Good at bluffing. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. Yeah, that is when the ship stopped at the Shanghai port. However, the SS Burya stopped by no... Oh, it wasn't last night. It was at some point. It was the last port that they stopped at. Stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. You wouldn't know because you were in a wardrobe the entire time. So, how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Can I speed up the text? I just realized that, like, I talk too fast. When fleeing from your abusive company is less of a crime than being a murderer. Well, more of a crime. It isn't. Well, actually. I think it's more so that she stole the tiara is the issue here. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here, too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. So... what? I would think wires or something? But like, no, they're in the open ocean. There are no planes at this point, otherwise we would have just taken that to Britain. You can't imagine that we're gonna buy this, right? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Also, I'm guessing that everyone is just speaking in English now, huh? Me. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. A touch? It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Where are you looking? Like, he's looking above. Up. Are you looking at our hair or something? Yes, yes, Mr. Showy. Sholmesy? Close enough. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is gonna tell us what really happened. He's looking at me. No, he's not even making eye contact with me! Sir, my eyes are down here. Are you doing that thing like a cat or cat does when it's staring at nothing and I just have to assume there's a ghost behind me? Oh. Is Kazuma here? Okay, you should let your friend out of the trunk before it suffocates. So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? He's looking at the rat in my hat, controlling me. I'm not wearing a hat! Ha! Cats can see ghosts. Well, that's true! I guess so. I don't know, I think that I'm supposed to be an exorcist of sorts. Theoretically, I should see ghosts too. Oh. Oh god, it's the raccoon. He's looking into my attic somehow. That's not high enough then. I'm sure the raccoon's gone. I haven't heard it in a while, so... in theory, I'm knocking on wood. The ghost coon. Blippi's around, I don't know. No, don't summon Blippi! Don't do it! I have been very happy with not having my streams blip last time. No, no. I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Snake, 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 snake. She's shaking her head. Snake? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Okay, rabbits are mean, from what I understand. They are not the easiest pets to take care of. They are kind of fussy. Also, don't put any of those in a traveling case. Ah, you credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? It's a rhinoceros? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. I swear, if you say it's like a swan. Close enough! Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! What? Hey! Anybody in here watch ballet? Does anybody in here, like, know anything about, ballet, ballerinas? Is there a connection to chickens? Like, Swan I kinda get because that is, like, a ballet. It's a reference to one of them. My favorite production, Chicken Lake! Tchaikovsky, more like Chickenovsky. Alright, what's your explanation for this? Really? Consider the benefits. Ballerinas and chickens use their legs to move. So would puppies! And also rabbits. In fact, they're known for moving. Chickens can swim from Twilight Princess. Well, chickens are also pretty vicious. Have you seen a chicken eat a scorpion? They're like, there's a reason that they're like living dinosaurs. Okay. Arousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. What does that have to do with ballet? And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. No, don't eat your friend. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Okay, good. We're shutting that one down real quick. That's true. Chickens in Legend of Zelda are in fact vicious and are true to life. How's it going so far? Sholmes has decided that this friend is obviously a chicken for some reason. I am under the belief that it is a snake. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. Why are you laughing? She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Get it? Because it's probably a snake. There's a snake in my suitcase. Alright. Well, let me present upon you. Just preemptively, so yeah, okay. I couldn't even preemptive this. Alright. Can I show you this? I'm actually a university student from the Empire of Japan, you see. That means nothing to me. No, why would it? Yeah, chat, why would it? Mr. Naruhodo, if you're determined to flaunt your Yume badge, at least choose a Japanese person who might recognize it. Everyone's just gonna think I'm a bit of a... What the heck? I was about to say, everyone's just gonna think I'm a bit of a show-off, but I think that is actually what is happening now. Alright. Mr. Sato, can I show you this? Maybe later. Ooh, I could show Inspector Hosonaga to- I already did. He had a crisis. Okay. It should be about the speckled band. Here we go. Because again, I'm pretty sure- I mean, the beginning of this case tells you that the speckled band is a snake. It already does that, so that you can probably do this. Make this connection. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? I don't know, maybe it's a bird because of the whistling. No, I don't know anything. Oh. I think you do. They're gonna tell us to get out now. Oh, no, we're gonna be told to get out. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Roylet. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylet.
Get out! The passenger said out! Or you want me to throw you out? Oh, looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
We are so nosy. And so, we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Oh. Tired of all of our badgering. Yeah, our raccooning, our, yeah, it got yeeted out. We've been yoten. Alrighty. I wonder if this is also like 3 parts. She really yate. Kind of reminds me of that time in like middle school where I was like, oh, maybe I should join choir, and because there were auditions, and then my friend just literally picked me up and physically dropped me off in the choir room for the audition during lunch. I didn't get thrown. I just got physically lifted. I got abducted. Yes, that is exactly what happened. And then I was just in choir for for middle school and high school.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. Abducted and inducted, but not deducted.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. In choir, I was conducted. That's true, that's true. Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh, yes! He's completely disappeared.
When did he do that? I can't wait for him to show up again, mysteriously, just out of nowhere. Making me think that he's probably a phantom thief again. He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Is there... I don't think there really is anything I can do here. Nothing would have changed. And, I don't know if talking with you is gonna be very productive. I really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's room. Cabin room. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face.
I don't think you'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san.
Cool. I don't know what I can do now. You want to know where lobsters spend winter? Hopefully not eaten. Hopefully that's not what he meant. I guess I just move back to the... Can't go there, so... Is this in the 1800s? I think so. It's, for a lot of forensic science. Looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you not, Hodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. I think this is around the time when Japan, like, opened up its borders. Because, like, this is, like, contact with Europe is very, very new. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Might have some new information for us. You never know. But where is he? He's not even here. Right? Oh, he is over here. Hi. Meiji? I think it's around Meiji Daisho. Oh my god! I really didn't expect the captain to genuinely beat him up. You good? You're back. Inspector?
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. It's not even that, it's bruises. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So, it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh!
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Can we, like, I don't know, grab some ice or something for that? Ugh. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Oh, man, he's just such a nice guy. He's so excited about crime and solving it.
What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door.
Well, were we supposed to? That's fine. Oh, do you know who she is?
Please, what
He's a ballet fan! What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oh, he got too excited. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't going around rhymes, do they? Okay. No, we can't have Simpery Part 2. Oops, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Are we not, but simping for Cosmo? Okay, fine, we can have 3 simperies, I guess. I'm just remembering, it wasn't Pain, Alti with, what's her name? Giselle Brett, there we go. You know, the CEO of racism. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? You're gonna be put to death. Okay.
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
Okay. What is this new information you have, Inspector? What's this? The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh. Kazuma's postmortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? If I were to guess, nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there were no signs of a wound. If I were to guess, judging by the fact that the books and the stuff on the shelf were all like knocked over, the plate from the table was knocked over. I don't know, like, was it actually like turbulence of some kind? I don't know. If it was all an accident, that's incredibly tragic if that's the case. Suggest it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Arrest the captain, the ship did it. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death.
Snakes are blunt? I don't know if I could use a snake as a blunt force weapon.
It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. I mean, considering that you were willing to actually die for us, we appreciate you, man. Just freeze the snake before. Well, at that point, anything could be the murder weapon. Oh my god, he trusts us with his hoarded evidence? That is incredible. It is an honor. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Postmortem report has been entered into the court record. It doesn't explain the... Although, yeah, no, the ship causing that damage does not explain why his body was in the middle of the room and why there was a message. Although, I still stand... Oh yeah, I just remembered. Last time there were, with the purple message, it looked like there was red liquid underneath it. I don't know. Something about that seemed off.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Miari? Oh my gosh, if Gumshoe was this guy's descendant, that would be pretty great. Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see?
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Oh, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? He licked it! That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then?
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed across the floor? Huh. Just wave dashed in, huh? That's really all I can tell you at this stage. Also the fact that red was the thing that was in orange, but not the... I don't know, not the brownish part of it? Did you miss something? Not too much, honestly. It's more so just... we have discovered that there are probably more things to discover. We don't know what the pet that Miss Pavlova has is. And, yeah, we're not allowed to investigate anymore, I think. Also, Hosonaga got beat up for our sake and, best. Upgraded to best boy because Kazuma is dead. Is that beef? No, that's not beef. Beef is in the hallway. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Beef is very different. Beef is chonky.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Oh, did everyone get drugged? It was the chicken, if I remember correctly. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. The chicken. What's up with the chicken? So everyone who had it was drugged, and that would explain why nobody had a recollection of what happened. Because they wouldn't have been conscious. Well, is there anything else to look at? Huh? Wait. What is this? This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diary.
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will. Oh, I can look at this again? So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian.
Which begs the question of who did write it. Probably one of the speakers of Russian on this boat, which is most of them.
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
It looks like whatever it was is broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen.
And then there's the brick-colored mark.
Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else?
Because he's a great detective, of course.
That's hardly a reason, is it? Is there really nothing else I can do in here? Warning poster! These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Puria.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
So, by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules.
She called it her friend, didn't she?
Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet.
I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin.
Friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Why didn't any of them guess a snake? You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to invest- Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did.
That new Japanese, was it?
Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold. Oh no. Please, he's been through enough. Oh, he's gone back to guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on her account.
He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
What else can I... Is there anything else to investigate? Can look at this again. So, this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it.
If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are.
Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though.
I'm not sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Oh.
This is... yes. It's a bell cord contraption, I think.
Wait, bell? What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Where's the bell? Shall we give it a little try?
Yes! In the interests of cultural research, obviously. Dang it.
It made a sound. That means that the bell is still there.
I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. So there's a bell. The thing is, this does look like half of a bell, but if this one isn't broken... Oh, I wish I could go back into the other room! I feel like it would have been the bell from that room, then. Okay, is there anything else I can, like, re-examine? No. Okay, nothing to examine. Nothing to present. I'm not allowed to move, I thought. Oh, he just let us go? Why is he letting us go? I thought he said we weren't allowed to go. Okay. Well, now it's your fault, dude.
Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganov is gone.
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Beef!
All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Just remember Beef. That's easy enough to remember. I'm doing alright. I have a straw again for my cup, so that's nice. Tra-la-la? Tra-la-la? Who's being whimsical on board this ship? Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. No way! Is this Sholmes? Wait.
This caroling, I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Did it the great detective way? What do you mean?
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. For that, stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Dude, that wasn't even close. Alright. Quick, ransack! It's empty. I was gonna open the chest. I was gonna open the trunk. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh! Where's she gone? Oh! Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port, in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really? Oh shoot, you believe me now?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. Okay, well, first things first. It's gone.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. In there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the S. Espuria. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Oh.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Unless you're trying to get into Narnia. That's true, that's true. Oh, wait, we can ring this bell. Please don't have a bell. Don't work. Don't work. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist.
Don't work.
Dang it!
She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. Well, that shoots that theory out of the water.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret! There's the vent. So, this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although, what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Maybe... It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Maybe it wasn't a snake. Maybe it's just trying to debate me by bringing up the snake from earlier. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Also, the shelf was knocked over on the other one too. Unless she was doing ballet in there too. She climbed through the vents in order to do ballet there, to practice in a different room, and then just knocked over both shelves in the exact same way. Obviously.
Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know?
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Stop messing with the crime scene! Also, an ad is starting soon. I will take this moment to take a bit of a stretch break myself. Means I can stream for longer and stuff without burning out, so I will be right back. New model stares into your soul when AFK. I can turn that off. It just resets to default pose if I'm Oh. I think I got back at the wrong moment for you. I'm sorry. Perceived. I think that was perfect timing, actually. But still,
Thank you! Ven did very good with the design.
Thank you for the bits. You know what? I'm gonna start calling these breaks mandatory health breaks. You know? Maybe everyone should go like stretch, take a bit of a stretch, take a bit of a water break, hydration, all that stuff. Do all the checks all at once. Theoretically, we're supposed to do that or something.
Yep, hydrating.
And now I have a straw, so when I drink water, it will not cause everything to glitch. This is a wellness intervention. Can't make you? Well, too bad. We're all doing it. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. If, you know, I don't know. I think I don't know what Twitch does. I think Twitch kind of, like, spreads them out or something. It's really weird. 5-gallon drum of water and chug. I don't know why, but my brain just mixed together the words chug and straw and just went chew, and I'm like, why would I chew on a 5-gallon drum of water? Do squats? Nah, my knees are too old people knees to do that. They crack every time I bend down. It's funny. Well, not every time. And you know what? It was because of my terrible knees that I managed to get out of, like, a couple weeks of CrossFit when, by the way, that was a mandatory gym class in high school for me, which sucked beyond belief. You know, CrossFit, that thing that is highly personalized because you need it to be highly personalized. There are edible water orbs, that's true. You can add, like, starch and stuff, too, to make them chewable. Yeah. Yeah, thick water. Like a water thickener. I've heard it's a weird experience if you're not used to it, though. Which, fair. Your brain is having some real dissonance. I love my water boba. Fried water? Well, I mean, you can fry anything. Fried milk apparently is pretty good, though. Did surgery on water? Wait, explain? What does that mean? Surgery on water? Like, on an, on a starchified what? Oh, because they did surgery on a grape. Oh, okay. I was really confused for a second. At that point, it's just chemistry, right? Anyway. Yes, they're displayed in this cabin, too. Look, the SS Bodia's Rules of Passage. Oh, shoot, there's a place that just sells fried milk? That's kind of cool, actually. Is it still liquid in the center, or is it like, you know, like chewy milk? Which is also a thing if you make it like, you know, jello or something. Pudding? Surgery on water is just hydrolysis. Yeah. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this.
What is fried milk? It's milk that is fried. It's like a... So what you do is, like, you do, like, a thing where you make, like, sort of a gel, like, I don't know, packet for the milk. You add something that lets it, like, form that. It's still liquid on the middle, if I remember correctly. Then you bread that, and then you fry it. Alternatively, there's the one where you turn it, like, you add, like, agar-agar or some type of gelatin, and then you make it, like, more just kind of chewy, and then you bread that and fry it. So, it's one of the two. I just don't know which one it is that they're selling here. Only in America? That's not an American thing. Well, I mean, the chewy milk thing is not an American thing. Frying it might be an American thing. I don't doubt that one. Fried Dr. Pepper. I guess they do the same thing there, huh? Fairfood has unspeakable fried items? Don't they also put them on, like, corn dogs and stuff? Anyway, before we encounter forbidden topics. Something, her special friend. Yeah, we've heard this a lot now. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Oh, hopefully another guest doesn't find a speckled band. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes, so do I. Okay. Well, I can look at the desk. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
What forbidden topics? Fried foods. Forbidden fried foods. Like, fried Dr. Pepper, apparently. That's true. Friend foods? Okay, don't fry your friends. You can roast your friends, but don't fry them. Wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
I was told fish were friends and they're pretty tasty fried. You know... Oh, shoot, I don't have much of an argument there. Is Sato Mia's ancestor? No. Probably Maya. And I know that by connection it would also be Mia, but the Mia analog in this game is Kazuma, who is dead now! After wanting to tell us something that, you know, just like her. Oh yeah, we're gonna, I want to tell you something. Later though, we need to celebrate your first win. And then we just, and then they died. Fried matcha? Like, the powder? I assume the drink. Yeah, they were roommates. Died after being a giant death flag. Yeah, exactly like Mia. That's what I said.
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Maybe it's the snake! I don't know, snakes kind of like, they're little escape artists.
Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Those eyes, she's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. Cool, then we go in the rubbish bin. Fried matcha mochi ice cream and the other's fried matcha sandwich? Wait, sandwich? What do you mean by sandwich? I need answers to this. Cause like, mochi ice cream, you know, I can see you breading that in like, you know, like it's a thing, fair enough. Matcha sandwich is not something I've ever heard of before. Fried Japanese milk bread with rich matcha chantilly cream topped with fresh strawberries and matcha biscuit. So the bread is the thing that is fried. Why would you fry? It's good on its own. Why would you fry it? Okay, it doesn't sound completely heathenous if you're not frying the whole thing. Unless they're frying the whole thing. I'm gonna move on before I, fry my brain. It's already fried, actually. Does he possess her like Maya did? I don't think there are ghosts as of yet. They're frying the whole thing. Oh, God. Exactly, we have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice but to continue because, this topic of, discussion is, worrying me a little bit. There's hardly anything in here at all. Maybe a snake! Hopefully that's not fried.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Why is there a plate on the ground? Why is there plate on ground?
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't seem like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately?
Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Huh. Why would this be here, though?
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. As is Chat a lot of the time, but not this time. I'm proud of you, Chat. You're just hungry for fried foods, and one step at a time, really. That's our feeding bowl. Oh shoot, you're right! It's for the snake!
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. What?
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
What else can I look at? Wait, what else can I look at? Okay, wait. Oh! Way more precise with my mouse. I should be doing this, actually. Ah! Oh, wait, there's also the door. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
Wait! Which directions did the books fall over? They fell to the left. It could! It could slide in there on its own! Because everything was knocked over. If the boat had encountered some kind of turbulence, it could definitely have actually locked of its own accord. This wasn't a locked room mystery. At least I don't think so. No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. I genuinely think that that's... Huh.
And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door, either.
I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Huh. Okay, maybe that'll come into play later, or maybe I'm just juking myself again. I've run out of things to investigate, though. I think. Huh? There's nothing else. I can't look at this bag. I can't look at that. Wait, what else can I look at? Do I leave? I can't talk to anyone. Do I leave? There's nothing left. Is there anything here? There's nothing here. That's so weird. Like, what am I supposed to interact with? That's crazy. I guess I have to talk to him, don't I? Alright. Shelf's kind of flat. A red panda stream while cooking chicken katsu. Honestly, that sounds lovely. Unfortunately, now you have to look at something less entertaining than a red panda. Or more entertaining, but less cute than a red panda.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look.
Wow. You never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
I'm not doing it. Nah, he's just hiding the baked goods in the bag. He has every British person every British person in this game has had a gun so far. And like dangerous objects. Yeah, everyone has a dangerous object on them. Oh my god. Why not do it? I'm good. I'm not encouraging him. Too late, I'm gone. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
he's simply in extremely high spirits.
What is this song? I have a feeling you're about to. I don't know what kind of tune I could do with it. Yeah, I know what the, yeah, it's definitely the Scotland Yard. But it's just like, I just don't know what kind of tune I could do with it. It's not even the same syllable, amount of syllables, so like, it's not the same tune that I could do. And that's why I'm moving right along. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. I'll just sing song it, huh? Sing song. Backyardigans. The Scott-yardigans. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes. What is it? You want to fight? Hmm? Sherlock Holmes was a boxer, wasn't he? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Just knocks us out. The shit you-
Mr. Sholmes, you seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Moriarty is the boxer, Holmes was a cane fighter. Oh, okay. I got that mixed up then. Still very cool, though. Also, he has a gun, I guess. Yeah, why didn't he just use the gun?
Oh, yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it?
Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank.
Oh yeah, because everyone got drugged by the chicken. I'm assuming. I'm making assumptions. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Oh, you truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. Oh, you've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry. Point. Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh shoot, I'm on the same page as him!
No.
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. I'm guessing that if there's nothing of note, they've written that there was nothing of note. It makes sense. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes, nothing to report when there is just that. And yet... the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean...
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. Either he did it, or he was knocked out for it. These are the important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been logged in my mental file, I mean court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliance. Huh. Oh. Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt?
Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. No, nothing more.
Wow, everyone collectively has a headache. That's so weird. Please put that together, Susato-san. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. You also had the chicken last night. He's still singing to himself. You can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Please put it together. Please put it together. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? So... oh wait, he took the book! I can't even look at it anymore, he just took it. Oh wait, did we take it actually? We might have taken it.
That door leads to the second class area.
It's locked. Can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Alright. Well, that was very important information to know. Wow, he actually made a deduction that I agree with. That's wild. First class cabin number 1. Yeah, that's our cabin. Oh wait, I think I already saw this. Yeah, okay, I already saw this. Okay. Really? Wait. Is that old? Is that old information? We already got what we needed to know from Hosonaga. Didn't we? Miss Pavlova's cabin. Oh, yeah, I saw this too. I mean, I already looked at everything, right? Do I go back in here now? Aha!
Ah! What's that?
Oh! Are we about to fight a... Are we about to have a fight with pirates? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile 4. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. Oh hey, is this about to show us that this can lock by itself because it's turning really fast?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What? Haha! Wait, watch the lock, watch the lock.
I can't stand!
Susato-san, hold on to me. Ah! Okay, wait.
Dang it! I want to see the thing.
Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? Blah, blah, blah. Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
It's locked! There we go. There we go. We've learned it is not a locked room mystery. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... yeah, the ship has come to a full, well, not a full stop, but it has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Hello! Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. I have no idea who that is. Oh, that sounds like... oh!
Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there? Naruhodo-san, unbolt the door, quickly!
What? The bolt? Dun dun dun!
Look at that!
The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. Aha! The thing I pieced together a while ago. Okay, so, theory. As much as I want to be like, oh, I can chalk it up to an accident, I don't think that's the case. Because for that to happen, A, the captain has to be awake. Whoever is like piloting the ship has to be awake. So they're awake while everyone else is knocked out by this chicken. Supposedly, Kazuma was not. Oh, maybe Kazuma wasn't murdered because of, you know, his whole like status thing, but because he was witness to something that he shouldn't have. It was the baby. The baby's not even here! But I think that whoever was piloting the ship was either not the normal person who's piloting it, which is a little weird because I feel like they would have mentioned something, or they're the ones who did it. Because, I don't know, they would need to, like, be able to, you know, and they would need to know about how the doors work, too. Just like they were before.
Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
Baby's in the wall. Ugh. Baby's in the vents.
Baby snake.
I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. Baby snake doo 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 doo. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh, there is a third part to this. But it's not as long, I feel like. I mean, we've got most of the puzzle pieces anyway. At the very least, we can at least tell them, hey, it's not a locked room mystery, so, I don't know, anyone could be a suspect, not just me. Your conclusive evidence is no longer conclusive. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Hello? Oh. You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Oh, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. That's why everyone was drugged. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside?
Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil!
Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case! How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal! Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Done, he is stowaway as well! If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Well, actually, chickens are— Oh my god! Wait! Sholmes, you... Sholmes brought up a chicken. The chicken was the thing that drugged everyone, right? Why is Sholmes screwing with us like this? He brought up the chicken to catch her off guard because he thinks that she's the one who did it, or at the very least is involved in some major way. Oh my god. Sholmes is out here playing 5D chess. What the heck? You magnificent bastard. Oh man, okay. This is why he has his moments of brilliance, because he might actually be? Huh. How long ago did he piece it together, though? He needs to find the evidence, but like if he pieced it okay. Take him away! He is a trespasser as well as everything else! Girl, I wasn't necessarily, like, calling you the suspect earlier, but now I really am, because you're- okay. Stowing away, trespassing, killing! She is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is a cell below deck. Throw him in! Why do you have a cell below deck? Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to police. Oh wait, a cell? Why would there be a cell on board? Wait, that's not normal. No, not for this scenario. Yeah, Hong Kong's still under British rule, but that's... Wait. Because there is the whole, like, Russian assassin with the, you know, and stuff that was brought into play. Why would you interview an assassin unless they've already been caught? Because, like, they wouldn't want their face and name to be known. If they were caught and put into the cell already, were they transporting the actual criminal? And was he working with her? Or maybe she was actually the assassin, but I think it's more likely that they were working together. Wait. This might just be a crack theory, but We'll see if it's a crack theory or if I've cracked the code. Okay.
Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. Cruise ships have a break, but also it's just like all of these like little pieces coming together. It's like it has to be related somehow. I mean, I thought that about the glass from the last case, but you know. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Leave! Okay, let's... Can I talk to you? You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened. I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior I need a savior! I need a hero! I need a great detective to rescue me from this crisis. Where is he? Wait, is he here? Please tell me he's in here somehow. What is he doing? Why is he there? When did he get in here? He's just hanging out? Yeah? I'm sorry, I'm really... Give me like a second. What a weird coat, you know? I thought there weren't any coats hanging up on there earlier. I thought they were on the wardrobe. That's so weird. Okay. Hey, how's it going? Please help. What the? What are you doing up there? He has the tiara on his head. Why is he doing this? Mr. Sholmes! This guy's absolutely playing us all. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head while hanging on a hook. He's a little quirky. He's a little silly. He's just a silly little guy. Or silly tall guy. I think he's very tall, according to Ryunosuke. When the world needed him most, he was hanging on the wall slightly to the left. Have I told you, not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. See, now I'm trying to figure out what that means. Like, in his weird 5D chess game, his 10D chess game, I'm trying to figure out why... Like, now I'm just thinking that the hook has something to do with everything. Everything he has drawn attention to, even though it's been crazy, and his reasonings at the time were not correct, have been related. They've all mattered. The assassin, the lady, the chicken, everything has come into play. How does the hook come into play? How does this work? I'm not entirely sure. I don't know, were there hooks on the wall in Kazuma's room? I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Is he lucky, or a genius, or an idiot? Maybe all of the above at once? No, literally though? I think he is a genius at this point, where he's just like, he knew. He knew going in all of this stuff. And he's just playing the fool to either A, get information easier, which, fair, or B, he's testing us. Because we would have been a suspect anyway. So, I don't know, us trying to solve this mystery is kinda, I don't know. Either that or he wants to work with us for something and he's testing our mettle. I mean, Wilson is dead, so there's probably something there too. I'm not sure! He's playing layers of chess that I can't even fathom right now. Possibly. Maybe he's just a lucky idiot. Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Wilson was the only thing keeping this guy in check, and now he's free. He has free reign to do whatever he wants, and we are all in danger. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel to steamship Puria has been solved by me, naturally. Oh, why do you look so scared? What? Really? I think he's already... Well, he probably had strong suspicions. Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. And he's gonna say all the wrong things so that we can go in JoJo pose and dance with him again. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands that Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Please, bring up that- please, come on. That must mean the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Susato-san, you were here! You saw it lock on its own! Duh, locked room. That is point.
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. Do you have short-term memory loss? You just witnessed it lock on its own because of ship turbulence. You are all quite mistaken. Oh god, there's a gnat in... Oh, I caught it! I wasn't actually expecting that. A test of my reflexes, and I got it. Okay. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. Shoot, I'm on the same page as him again! What? Yeah, it landed on my mic, so... Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. Which, yeah, the snake. Which is the snake. It is a snake. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why? It gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. Wait. The ventilator, man! Okay, sorry. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left a victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not the baby! Also, I don't think the baby could fit in there, actually. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. The snake! The snake!
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very oh no, the snake is on the loose. Hey, venomous snake on the loose in this cabin? Not good. Please tell us all instead of making us guess, because as fun as that is, we don't want another death. Don't fight the snake either. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Snake? Yeah! Ah! What the? I don't know. Snake? 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 Oh my god! Where was it? Why is it on his face? Okay. Yeah, just casually on his face. I'm gonna check something very quickly. Hold on. I'm trying to look at this guy's face shape. I mean, I can't see what he looks like right now with the snake on his face, but, hold on. So, trying to remember what the nose looks like. Oh, that explains the lines on his face. He just casually has a snake wrapped around his face at all times. Or enough that it's left a very, very noticeable mark. No, I don't... I don't think that it is the same facial structure, but I can't really tell. Like, I'm trying to see, like, the jawline or something? Oh, no, it could be. Okay, theory. This guy is the assassin. This disguise is his. He gave it to her. They're currently working together. Anyway, current theory. Also, he has a snake on his face. And that's immediately untrustworthy. Also, his little cravat looks like a fish. I don't know, I just think that's kind of funny. That's not suspicious, it's just neat. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake? Yeah, I've been saying that for the past while. Indubitably. Hey look, it's her friend! Sir, there appears to be a snake on your face. I don't want to alarm you. Okay, but really, where did the snake come from? For it to be that big of a snake, where was it hiding? I cheated by reading ahead. What did I read? What did I read ahead? Acquire the snake is Acquire the snake is evidence. Hopefully, you don't become the evidence next. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Oh, actually, that's a good point.
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you?
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Maybe they both have snakes. Maybe there are two snakes. Maybe she has one and then he also has one. And hers is the one that's speckled and this one is just his snake that likes hugging his face. I don't know.
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died.
But that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. Those are both correct conclusions, probably. Are glasses actually a kaleidoscope? Well, Kazuma is the one who said that it looked like a speckled band. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. Honestly, look at that little snake. Just chilling. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. My god, I can't believe I'm agreeing with him. You told me that last time. I would not believe you. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. That's correct. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart hand smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death.
So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? That's right. Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance.
Without is there another snake behind him? Or is there something else behind him or something? I can't wait to spin the camera and find like a whole, like, I don't know, like a snake with a gun. I don't know at this point.
Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
It's also not writhing. Don't get too close to it, dude.
And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary.
Oh, don't get too close to it, dude. Actually, it's not even bearing his face. It doesn't even have fangs. Look at it! He's trying so hard! It's just a funny little guy! It doesn't have teeth! Oh no, is it like defanged? That's actually very cruel to do. Do not defang a venomous snake. Because they still produce venom. It's actually just, it's very cruel. It's like declawing a cat. Random snake PSA to all of the 0 people I hopefully assume are going to be getting a venomous snake, which don't do that either. Oh, whoops. I kind of clicked past it.
The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band.
Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way.
What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? What are you reaching for?
No, don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this!
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back.
What in the heck is that? Wait, what is that?
Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin.
It's not shedding new light on the situation. I don't think that's snake shed.
What is that?
Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed his original skin. No. Snake shed doesn't, that's not that fast. It would have to go into blue and stuff. I don't think that's what happened.
No?
I don't know what you are talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band.
They don't change that much even if they shed, right? Yeah, the patterns aren't going to change like that. Like, coloring might be a little bit more off because, you know, the shed itself is just, you know, mostly kind of like white, clearish. Yeah, the snake also wrote the death message on the floor. The snake knew Russian.
In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake,
whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. That is not a breed of snake, my guy. Dude, come on.
A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India.
I still think he's playing us, honestly. Because he's drawing our attention to the right spots, which is crazy.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury.
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Unless there was a... No, that wouldn't work. Now if we take that as a fact... Venom wouldn't break his neck? No, but, you know, the ship suddenly veering and him falling might have. Especially if he was already dead.
We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be...
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. No! You were so close! The almost, but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There was no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. Oh, I can't wait for it to be like the bottle. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. Oh, that's probably what the bell was. To train? Oh my god, Pavlov! She is Pavlov! Holy moly, she's also a Pavlov reference! Pavlov's snake! Indeed, you've put the serpent through this ventilator and waited. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true! Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. There we go. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. This is, like, honestly less ridiculous than the last time he did this. Like, he's still, like, incorrect. But again, I think he's just messing with us. There can be no doubt, my logic is infallible. His logic is fallible. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes's great deduction of the speckled band. We'll help him out. It's so funny because it's just like, oh, our characters are supposed to, like, narratively appear smarter than him because, you know, like, we're supposed to be, like, I don't know, the straight man of his, over-the-top eccentricism. But, like, at the same time, how did they not remember that the lock wouldn't... It's not a locked room! It's not a locked room mystery! Whatever. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Really? Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all...
Just been taking notes.
Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madame.
And reptiles, don't drink milk?
Well, there are certain species of snake that are live-bearing, but I don't know of any that are venomous. Not off the top of my head, anyway. Ah.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah.
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling.
Oh shoot, have the ads already started? It's supposed to start in 20 seconds. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. You know what? Ah, shoot, I was gonna try to get through this, but I think I will take my mandatory health break right now. Just, every hour, you know? So, I will be right back. Y'all should also, you know, stretch, grab some water, all that good stuff. So, we'll be back and we'll, solve things. Wow, my camera caught me from farther across the room than I thought. Yeah, I was a little bit a ways. I hadn't even sat down yet. It caught me a lot faster than I thought it would. I was just peering around to see what you guys were up to. Yeah. I'm still trying to think, like... I'm pretty sure snakes can hear, though. Like, yeah, they don't have ears, but like... Wait, hold on. Wait. Yeah, like they don't have ears in just terms of like the appendages, but they have ear holes. Yeah, they can hear. It's not like their sense of hearing isn't as strong. Just double checked. Their sense of hearing isn't as strong, but they can hear things. So it's just like, she's wrong. But at the same time, I don't know how easy it would be to train a snake. Is the thing. Oh shoot, we're back. Nice. Dang, these mandatory house breaks are really nice, actually. Let's see. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears! These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless! You know what, Sholmes? This is really funny. I'm sorry, just him having, I don't know, calling snakes useless is really funny. They're not, but hey. We'll take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder! Then it should try harder! Well dang, by that logic, you're right.
Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help.
Oh. Wait. Maybe she let down a thing that helped it get back. You know? So, saw the speckled band, which is like the whatever rope thing that it is that she's hanging, and then the snake came down. Maybe, possibly.
What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
But she's wrong. She's actually wrong. Snakes can hear. Oh well.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. 1900s logic? Oh shoot, you're right! We debunked those myths much, much later. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. Oh yeah, heck yeah, we're free! What? You've done it again.
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, featuring Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Alright. Snake was involved, though. Death has nothing to do with me. Okay, this is correct. Her hand. Here. She's holding her wrist. She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly. Is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? She's just looking at her wrist like, oh, fuck, my wrist hurts so much.
Let's take take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
Okay. Oh. Her right ear. Wait. Okay. I realize now I can actually just examine.
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
That is not something I've ever heard someone say about ears.
I got a splinter. Fuck, that hurts so much. Like, it's so minuscule, but it hurts so much unnecessarily.
Anyway. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear.
Oh, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry.
An earring, is it? Yeah, I didn't realize that you could examine it last time I just presented things. Oops. Really is tiny.
Perhaps part of it is missing? Maybe it broke.
That's it! Okay, that's the purple thing. That's the pretty purple ornament thing. Does she have a matching earring on her other ear?
So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear.
If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Okay, that one was purple. Is that something I can... Oh, I can't look in my record right now. I wanted to see the newspaper clipping. Maybe that would have... Her left ear! Oh, wait, there are claw marks.
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little...
Oh. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear.
Ah, that's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it?
Women do seem to love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems. Yeah, and you like yours too, clipped to your collar, but whatever.
Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san.
So, like... Yeah. Huh. It is neon pink for some reason. Is that a cat in the picture in the background? Oh, wait, I'll check that.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound.
It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. It's a monkey! A lemur! A mongoose! Fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Hold on. Ah. There's a cat! You're right! Can I look at it? Oh, I can't look at it, but you know, you're right. There's a cat and there's a bell. That's the bell! The bell is her collar. The cat got into the... Okay, the cat didn't do the murder. The cat definitely did not do the murder. But she does have a cat. Alrighty. Well, anyway, claw marks. Wait, here's the thing. If you have a cat, you're not gonna be holding your hand in pain from the claw marks of a cat. You just take that in stride. Just saying. Anyway.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain.
Indeed, and simple
Observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Ms. Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? I feel like it would have healed over, unless it was a really deep wound. But at that point, I wouldn't imagine that she and her cat have a good relationship. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. You hate how Shelms follows his lead like it was his own deduction? You know, at this point, it might be. It might be his own deduction. That's kind of the crazy part. Part of me is wondering if he's testing us, or if he's like, I don't know, or if he just has really, really good observation skills but doesn't put the pieces together necessarily correctly, and that's what Wilson did. But like, if he didn't point this stuff out, we probably wouldn't have noticed. Well, I noticed, but, you know, they wouldn't have noticed. I don't know, they're working together. It's their deduction. Our deduction.
And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? He's just looking at the camera like he's on Dora the Explorer, like, hey guys, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why naturally, it was the friend with which she boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I expected, another telltale glance. Yeah, it's the photo. It's out of frame here, but Arnis caught it earlier. Without doubt, you're blah 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 blah. We know what it is. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they do not. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. And even if it was fangs, usually not 3. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? You have tiny hidden claws. It's like how geese have teeth on their tongue. We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Oh hey! You know, her having a cat now makes more sense why his little neckerchief looks like a fish. I don't know. Anyway, it's over here. Let's talk about it though. Oh, look at that little baby! Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yeah, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Hello, cat. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san? For the blackest outfit? Black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Can I look at the bell? No, I can't look at the bell. Okay. I can look at her. That must be a stage costume she's wearing. It's quite stunning. I should like to have something like that. And she's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well. Look. It's called a tiara, Naruhodo-san. And you shouldn't think of it purely in terms of its value. Well, that's what she's considering it as. She must be a strong-willed woman. To turn her back on the world stage and run away all on her own. Okay, anyway. Oh, if I had presented the photograph, it would not have counted. Yes. I am glad I investigated. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is the bell! It isn't. Is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations. Oh, look at the little guy trying to appear scaly. He's just a little guy. Look at that. Sorry, I'm just very distracted by that. Abundantly clear after you had a Japanese college student pointed it out to you. He's so fierce. He's so fierce. Just look at the little guy. You don't like snakes? Snakes are adorable. Well, if you look at if you have a fear of them, then I'm not gonna ask you to look things up. Sometimes you have fear of things. I'm scared of bees and stuff. I can appreciate them and what they do for nature, but boy, do they scare me. But if you see a python, a ball python, their faces just look like little puppy mouths. They have the 3. They have this face. They just have this face. And it's just really funny. My mom is scared of snakes too. She has a very big fear of them. So, and generally, snakes are not going to bother you unless you go and bother them. Like, they only bite if they're scared. Because think about it this way. You are like 10 times the size of this thing. You'd be scared too. You were outside, a garden snake appeared when you were outside. Oh. Snakes on a plane? Like the... Wait, are you talking about like in the movie? Or do you mean you actually saw snakes on a plane? Because I don't think that's where they're supposed to be. I don't think you can... Ah, the movie? I don't think you can put snakes on the passenger area. I haven't really seen snakes in the wild. Yeah, it's like how sharks are portrayed in like Jaws. It's not gonna be accurate, nah. Yeah, but generally, I think the worst that like a garden snake is gonna do is like maybe it'll musk on you and you'll smell bad. That's probably the worst that it can do, honestly. You can bring a live lobster onto a plane as carry-on. What the heck? Huh. That's interesting. Something speckled band. Something. Okay. This specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. Oh yeah, that's true. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? It's behind your back. Oh, but it is. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Do. Okay. Oh yeah, I've seen the TSA list. Like, I look at it every time I go on a plane because, like, I want to double check and make sure. Because, you know, my memory bad. Also, they updated and stuff, probably. There are some really weird things on there that people have definitely tried to bring onto planes before, and they had to put on the list, which is really funny. She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. The lobster will have to be inspected by a TSA agent. Alright, lobster inspection. Man, that's funny. I hope they have a protocol for that. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. To be fair, he does do that. I think that's genuinely true, where Sholmes, I almost said Holmes, Sholmes goes out of his way to really say brazen things, even if it's not correct, to try to force a reaction out of the person that he's talking to. Because it gives more information to work with. It's literally cold reading. So. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Oh, yeesh. That is pretty rough. Wait, what is this? Is that a rope? Is it a cat toy? That's a cat toy! How do I present that? How do do we have to discuss it? Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Alright, I guess I just present it again. Cool. Yes! Yeah, all we really had to do, we didn't even have to do anything there. All we had to do was just walk around and grab the thing to examine it, honestly. Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is, looks at notes, a cat's toy.
Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. Oh. Oh, the cat could climb up. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? Because the cat was in there. My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. See, like, he does have logic. That's exactly what I thought. Ah. It's what I thought, therefore it's logical. Anyway. That might be a little bit big-headed of me to say. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Physically hurt from that Dane. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Alrighty. It was after I gave her her food last night. Was it chicken? Did the cat get drugged? That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka. She's so naughty. Alright, well, death by not a snake this time. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. Oh, wait, seen this. Okay. I really can't see a kitten doing this. The kitty killed— How? How could the kitty have committed meowder? A very severe cat allergy. Wait. It can't be right. There's no shot that it was a cat allergy that got him, right? Huh. Anyway.
You know, like...
Okay.
What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
It would be in this.
Yes!
I already showed a badge today. I've done my duty. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. Hey, you remembered his name this time. Good job. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be... The bell! The bell! The bell! Yes, the bell, it's over there, it's the thing on the cat's collar. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh, yes, a bad fall could explain it. We're getting somewhere! Cats are also blunt objects. I guess if you swing the ship hard enough, the cat can become a projectile.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? The bell, I assume. 'Cause, yeah. Well, it's not gonna prove the death. Wait, that's not gonna prove the death, though. Neither is this. Not. Okay, this is gonna lead to that, but, that's not gonna prove it. I think it's just gotta be the bell, you know? That's. That's not what this is saying, though. It's fine, it links you. Okay, that works. Mark on the floor. Yes! Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. No shot. He slipped on the bell? No. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I had constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. Ah, a chemist. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asoki's laced leather shoes. Anything is a blunt force object if you swing it hard enough? Well, I mean, anything is edible, just sometimes it's only once. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asoki must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Like a cat. I don't know. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Tier list of planets by how edible they look? All tasty. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asoki lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. I don't believe it! Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true! I refuse to accept it! I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, I almost said correct. Okay. Close enough. Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Well, not that. Whee! Oh. Okay. I guess I can't drag the cursor. I thought I could. Not here. Well... This? This is a wastepaper basket.
Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Yeah, we're pretty fragile. Especially our neck area? Pretty not great. Especially if the ship veers as, you know, roughly as it did earlier when the locked itself because of gravity and momentum that you have conveniently forgotten. Presumably. There's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, hey, look, it's the bell. Oh, what's that? How did you not notice it? You looked through this earlier.
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Oh, you know what? They all have headaches right now. I'll let things slide. Just for that. That is their excuse. I give them one pass. Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Well, it's in here.
Yes!
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that wastepaper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asoki's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces— oh wow, we brought it over? Are we allowed to do that? Well, we're not allowed to do a lot of things, actually. But how about we do anyway? Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the wastepaper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, in that hushed Russian accent that I'm not doing of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be right here. There it is.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, look at this photograph. I had to. You can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Oh my god, the cat was the murderer! The cat actually did commit meowder. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Oh my god, you're right, it was the baby. The baby cat did it. Oh my god! Why is chat right? That's not allowed to happen! Are you... This is like how I'm feeling about Herlock Sholmes. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night, so that I can avoid my internal crisis. Realizing that chat was actually technically right. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food.
And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darko with me. Yes. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So, at that point, you thought it's safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So, the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova, trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then...
Oh!
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful pang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was... Why is nobody explaining the snake? So, my new theory, is that... Well, here's the thing. Two possibilities here. One is that the cat is the cause of the death. The second is that it isn't, but everyone just kind of just assumed it was, because why else would he be dead? That's crazy. It has nothing to do with the fact that there's an assassin on the ship somewhere who probably drugged everybody to sleep, given the fact that everybody has been drugged in the chicken. I don't know. Snake could have been a red herring, but at the same time, everyone was drugged for some reason. I think that they were trying to assassinate him, but maybe, like, they went in and he was already dead, and they were like, oh, well, this is inconvenient. Either that, or, you know, they did kill him and then made it seem like it was her cat that did it. Yeah. Couple of theories, but there's a couple of loose ends still. Yeah, the snake is still coiled around his head, but it's just chilling, you know? Can't even bear its fangs, it has none.
From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Borgia is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
And then you stuffed her in a chest, which is not ideal. The cat would have suffocated. Hitako's nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case.
Also, don't put your cat in there! Like, a snake is more okay with, like, you know, enclosed spaces like that. That's more okay. A kitten should not be in a space like that.
And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake?
You're right. Where is it?
The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova. Then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Wait. Snakes don't have eyelids. Snakes don't have eyelids. That's a legless lizard! That's not a snake at all! Lies! Oh, didn't I didn't say? The snake is my friend. His name is Pirushko. No, it's a legless lizard. That's not a snake at all! What? What?
That snake belongs to you.
He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Snake is tying your face as your friend? Well, here's the thing. It can't be venomous, right? Well, actually, it could be. A lizard looks like... I'm still saying, it's not a snake. That's not a snake. It's blinking. I'm sure they're just incorrect, just like how they think that snakes are deaf, which is not true. Yeah, how did that snake get into this cabin?
But animals are not permitted on board.
We are at sea for 1 year. You want me to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? It's a special blinking anime snake, don't question it. I'm questioning the weird anime snake. Also, look at this angle of this snake. It looks so derpy. It's just so dumb. I love it. Also, it's rattling, which it shouldn't be able to do with the type of tail that it has. This is just a weird magical anime snake, huh? The snake has eyelids. It is, I guess, deaf. No ear holes. No rattle with which a mysterious rattling noise is appearing. This is just a weird magical snake. Beef Stroganoff is actually just a magical girl, and this is his magical girl companion. And it has claws! And it has no fangs. Truly the cube of the... Anyway. Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? Listen, it's just a friendly little guy. A little derpy guy with no thoughts in his head. The great snake attorney. Hello, I would like to investigate the snake. I would like to present it as a strange, a demonic creature. But my dear burly fellow, that's not a snake at all! Dang it. A gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. Is it actually venomous? Oh, there we go. No venom. Piroshko does not have venom. He is harmless. Very long, but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. It's venomless. Yeah, but there are a lot of snakes that are venomless. It might just be a constrictor, considering how it's constricting his face. Yes, now he's hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. Look at how gently he is pulling his entire body. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? I assume it's rats, right? Oh, that's why there's the mousetrap outside in the hallway. There's a mousetrap Wait a second. Mousetrap. Snake is hungry. Did not get mice to eat. The kitten probably got the mouse. Maybe, mayhaps, that is what happened. Like they say they milk chickens, ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshko eat mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh. So... is that what the mousetrap in the mouthward passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? How many... okay, if you are on this ship for a year, do you really expect to have a year's worth of mice for your snake? I don't think that the snake is making it. Yeah, honestly, with how big the snake is, it would probably be rats. Or, no, you're right. It would definitely be able to eat a kitten. That's scary, and I hope that that is not what happened. The snake is hungry, though. So it hasn't eaten. It has not eaten the kitten. I think that snakes eat, like, when you take care of snakes, you're supposed to, like, feed them, like, every... I forgot how many days? Or if it's, like, every week or something. It's not every day, though. And if it ate the kitten yesterday, then you would be able to tell today. Snake eat big bird. Snake can eat bird, but there are also birds that can eat snake. It's a cruel world out there. Nothing says top the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Actually, no, the snake's eyes are just so derpy. Do I eat snake? No. Wait. Oh, do I eat snake? Shoot! I don't think crows eat snakes. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? Wow. It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirushko has nothing to do with this incident. Until it did. Oh. The rattling noise is the tongue. Why does it have a rattle in its tongue? Secretary bird? I've heard of secretary birds. So that's what happened. Blip. It's just doing a little blip. It's just so curious about the world around it. It's just doing a little sniff because that's what they do with the tongue. Bullcut bird. That's the truth behind my friend's tragic death. Sholmes is also disappointed, but also, I'm pretty sure there is another twist here. This is not the end of things.
Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But pretty privilege.
What are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Sholmes also knows, doesn't he?
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yeah. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on the matter. Surely Sholmes didn't figure this out. I don't know, I feel like he did. At this point, I feel like he is both a genius and an idiot at the same time. He has both figured it out and has not figured it out. He is truly Schrodinger's detective. Oh yeah, no, the Russian death message, also everyone collectively having headaches. Which, again, the chicken was drugged. Anyway. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? Oh, that's probably the bigger thing that happened, that, again, Kazuma didn't actually eat the food. He didn't eat the food, so he didn't pass out, which meant that he could have borne witness to whatever crime was happening. And so he was silenced. And that particular happening is what Sholmes is actually investigating. Huh? Oh no, is my mic on? Hold on a second. This might sound a little funky, so I'm gonna mute both things real quick. Is this better? Sheesh. Why is my interface doing this? It's been doing this more often recently, that's weird. Oh well. But yeah, I guess if you couldn't tell what I was saying, it's just like, I'm pretty sure Sholmes is investigating whatever thing that Kazuma actually bore witness to, and then was silenced for. That's what I think happened. I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Oh. How? When? That's not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man is a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. Oh. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Man. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Fuck you, says Pavlova. Stop digging into my business. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Who said that? Oh. Okay. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really?
The message.
Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo.
Time to present the evidence.
The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese, in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. Simple language? No it is not. Whenever Hemlock stops doing stupid faces, I can't help it. Yeah, exactly. That's why I think he's like faking it a little bit, because he's correct more often than not, and the things that he's been very wrong about are things that we needed to draw our attention to anyway. They were important in some way, just not the way we expect. Probably simple compared to Japanese. No. I don't think, I mean, every language has its complexities. If it's not in the grammar, it's gonna be somewhere else. Like, you can't not have a complex language. The way that people communicate is just complex. So, yeah, sure. Simple language. Definitely. One of the first words you learn when studying Russian? Wardrobe. Definitely a word that comes up very often. Yeah, it doesn't seem likely at all. That's, actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Yeah, if he died instantly, why? Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either.
I just realized that both of these cases so far have been, and he was already dead! So he couldn't have done that other thing that we thought that was... anyway. So both of the things they're saying cause instant death so far don't actually cause instant death. Which character is winning the racism award? Not yet, but I'm sure it'll come up at some point.
There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So, Sato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, I actually don't... Like, here's the thing. I know it's because everyone has been, unconscious, but I don't know if this is the time to present that information. So, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know which one. Well, I'm gonna look at it. I mean, it's not the message. I don't think... Wait. Review scene? Review scene. Oh, that's a cool button. Wait, what am I looking for? Something else we found. A remnant of something that couldn't be there if what she said was true. A remnant. A remnant? Okay, so it's not the fact that they were Huh. Came third at bar trivia. Oh, that sucks. Get him next time. A remnant of something. A remnant. A remnant of what? A remnant of what? No trace of I mean, it's not these. A remnant of what? Nothing to report, and then nothing. Remnant of what? Not this. This proves that the cat was there, which is what she said. Not that. It's just, this also tracks because it's like the whistling was her calling the cat, the speckled Ben was the cat toy. Remnant of what? Not this. Remnant. Remnant? Remnant? This is the only thing that could be remained. But this doesn't prove that it wasn't an accident. Does it? Oh, right. If someone... Wait. Is it like... No, because would it connect to it? Or is it just like... Who... If... No. Because this is the thing that we did. I can check. There wouldn't be, right? No, just glue.
These must be the remnants of the glue that you used to stick to the paper seal to the wardrobe.
It was pulverized rice.
Pulverized rice?
Yes, I pulverized some of the rice for my evening meal, even though it broke my heart.
Broke your heart? What do you mean?
Remember, I'm a stowaway on the ship. All I had to eat were Kazuma's leftovers. Even a couple of grains of rice could have meant the difference between life and death.
Oh my. It must have been awful for you, Naruhodo-san. But I have some glue with me as it happens. You're welcome to use it use it this evening.
Oh, thank you very much. Aw, why are you putting him back into the wardrobe? Okay, it's not that. Okay. I am going to take my mandatory health break as Twitch has decreed, and I'm going to think on this. I'm also gonna grab more water. I'm out. I really don't know. I'll think on this. I will be back. Hello. You've been... Oh, yeah, you're right. It's the Nintendo thing of... It's been a while. It's been a while. You've been playing for quite a while. Go touch some fucking grass. Okay. No, you're right. But also, honestly, it probably is for the better. I do feel like my throat is a little bit sore from talking so much. I got a honey candy, though. And more water. So it should be fine. I still don't know. I still don't know. The only thing I can think of is the log, because everything else doesn't seem like it fits. Nah, tea's pretty good, you're right. The shoe polish, I don't think this actually proves anything, because, like, the small object would be, we've already presented, like, we already established that this is to, like, show that the cat was there. And that she was lying in the first place. I feel like it's gonna be this. Just because this is the other thing that's suspicious.
Yes!
Oh, it is! That's not a remnant of anything! Oh, never mind. Dang it, it is not. I'm trying to make the point that it wasn't an accident because there was nothing there because everyone got drugged. Yeah, no, there are too many leaps of logic to make with that. Dang it! I think that you're starting to see nothing of the sort. And that was the evidence to prove it. Wow, that was a sick burn, actually. Alright.
If there was no accident, then what we should be looking for is one of two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't.
Most compendiously put, my dear madame. I see. I confess you're rather languid. I see doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Notion. Oh, you heard that, did you, Sholmes? Psst, sheesh, way to break the fourth wall.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does anyway.
Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable! So the presence of something there that shouldn't have been there. Is it actually this again? No. I mean, this wasn't even there, so. I am not wasting my lives on this. Not when it matters. I am clearly not good enough at this game to actually risk it. I don't... Is it this? Is it the fact that he wrote down wardrobe, but he left the thing on the wardrobe that said to not open it? Because, like, that's a contradiction? Is that it? I have more lives than Cosmo. Oh no, too soon! I'm gonna go with this one first. Because, like, that does kind of contradict.
Yes!
Does that not count? Dang it! I don't know, the fact that it's, like, pointing to the wardrobe, even though the thing is... Okay, hush, 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 hush. I get it, I'm wrong! Like, I'm pretty sure that overall I have figured out what has kind of been happening, but I don't know the specific steps to get there, and that is what has been... Okay, okay. Do I have to look at the scene some more? If it's not the message... Is there anything off about it? Man. Okay, maybe I do save. I just go through every piece of evidence until I get it right. Okay. Is it actually this? Is it because of the scuff mark? Do we ignore the bell? Is it that there are no external injuries? I don't think that's the case because they established that it's just like, okay, if you fall in the wrong way, you know, theoretically, you could screw it up without external injury. Theoretically. At least that's what's been established in universe. I mean, it's not that. I guess I'll just... Is it actually this? Yes! Oh my god, it was. Is it because of the shoe polish? Wait, what? But we used that to establish that she was lying the first time. I'll see where he goes with this. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. Start with the most out there, then work inwards. Ah, so I start with the badge. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened. Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Oh, yeah. Whoops! Good point. I think I had already jumped ahead where I'm just like, yeah, no, the door wasn't locked because eventually it'll just lock on its own. And then I forgot. I forgot.
Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova?
Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up their own guilt.
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's...
You are wasting time! Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this! What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. Okay, now I can present the sticky thing. And only other person in cabin when young student died was you. Yes! Yes, that's true! Oh, yeah, it's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. That's such a That's such a Sholmes thing. That's such a Holmes thing to do. Would you mind? Oh, forgive me, my dear fellow. Wow. Sholmes and Kazuma really have that, laughing very sporadically thing, in common. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. Can we have Kazuma at home? More like, can we have a Kazuma at Holmes? Ah, gotcha. Sholmes.
And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died.
But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, It was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single, small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. I don't think that it being day or night would have made a difference because there are no windows to the outside. Like, we established that, and that's why the ventilator being there was weird. Whatever. They just didn't notice, that's fair. They were tired, it was 1 in the morning.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Wow, he's tall. Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. Are you her dad? 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. Where did the snake go? That's a great question and we should all be scared. What is his name? Beef Stroganoff. But before she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Okay, can I accuse you then? Oh, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nino was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Nyet, it's impossible. He's right. You! I want to shake him by the shoulders. So much right now. You literally bore witness to the door locking on its own because the ship was turning. And like suddenly stopped. Dude. Okay.
But wait! I've read about this in detective stories and witnessed this with my own eyes, but I'm just not gonna remember that bit again. People often tie You didn't even say that! People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Yeah, and we established that it couldn't be done! Why are you throwing us under the bus? What the heck? Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. Oh good. Did you pick up the memory that these two have dropped on the floor somewhere? What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. Pull the alarm. Do it, do it, do it, do it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? Dude, one way does spring to mind, yeah.
Do you really?
You were there! You were there for this! Oh my god!
Do you really know what Mr. Shelms means, not Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you! Yes, and so should you! Because we've seen it happen. Oh my god, finally! You picked up the brain cell, Shelms. Okay, I'm with you now. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Hell yeah! Wait, how do I... Wait, aren't I supposed to go out into the hall for this? Do I? Oh. But, I mean, I guess it's this then, yeah? Because this is the alarm. I want to go press the button.
Yes!
Why is it? I know what it is, I just don't know what to present. Emergency protocol, is that it? Oh, okay. But I thought that what was written on there was the warning of like, hey, you can't have dangerous objects or pets. No, it's the... I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. I can't go into the hallway, though. Yeah, we've seen it happen before. My favorite part of Ace Attorney. I can't believe that he had the brain cell this whole time. He bamboozled me. He was hiding it in his coat. Okay, is it actually written on here? I genuinely don't remember. Man. Cause like, I can't go into the hallway. So, was it written on here? No, it's not written on there. Okay, I'm just gonna load for this one. This one, I thought it wasn't that. And also I want that, I want the reassurance. Okay, he was hanging on the hook. I can't go to the hook. I wish I could. Regardless. What am I supposed to look at then? I thought it was supposed to be the alarm. The alarm and- How do I gesture to gravity? The books. Oh, okay.
Yes!
That makes sense. I wanted- yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wanted to go out into the hall and press the button. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was- oh, right. It got, re-shuffled. I forgot that she didn't straighten it out again. Backseaters? It's okay. I will... What's it called? But for now. But, try to hold off in the future, I guess? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's kind of also what I assumed. Look at the bookcase there. Wow. And the statue. All of it is toppled over. I mean... Oh, wait, why did everything else get reorganized? Oh, wait! They reorganized everything, except for the things on the shelf. Vaccinating safe word. Yeah, I mean, what is it? As long as it's, like... as long as it's clear that you're not giving the answer, like, wholesale, then it should be fine, honestly. We're all here to guess randomly because it's Ace Attorney.
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe... Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Sasato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Yeah, how many fields of science are in there? I think she had the poison stuff in there, she had some stuff about snakes in there, and, now... we got physics. She's just got the whole book of science. Ah... Have fun listening to my wild theories, as I obsess about small, minute details that end up not being important, actually. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! There we go. Someone popped the brain cell back in place. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then...
Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance.
Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yeah, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of ineptia, if you want to call it that. I'm not inept enough to call it that.
Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asugi was killed,
Whee!
the SS Borgia made another emergency stop?
But how could no one have noticed that? That's crazy. Anyway, when I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asuki's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Ms. Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Borgia made emergency stop?
It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened?
Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. That's exactly what happened. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm.
Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence, the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? That's what he did earlier today, huh? He really is a mad genius, huh? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship! I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asuki, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots! Borgia is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. Unless we were all drugged by the chicken! What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, It's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
The thing I tried presenting earlier. Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. It's the thing that I tried to show earlier. Because they wrote nothing.
Yes!
I am not doing the badge. I have already presented the badge today. I have done my duty. Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship. Isn't that right? Duh, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. What a little shit. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase, "nothing to report," every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Boria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. But the chicken! He knows, right? Oh my god, he figured this out a while ago, and he's just letting us slowly piece it together like the children we are. Oh my god. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean?
Your head, man!
Your head, man! Okay, sorry. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Were you roofied by the chicken? Yeah, I've been saying that this whole time! It was the chicken! It was in the chicken! Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Yeah, literally the moment that he said, "Oh yeah, I ate food," and then just kind of didn't remember anything, I was like, "Oh, you were drugged." And then other people started talking about having a headache, and I went, "Oh, you were all collectively drugged." I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then, the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. It was the chimkin. He had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Because we were drugged by the chimkin. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So, you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Actually, now that I think about it, would that kind of a drug be like in common knowledge? Because like forensics and like a lot of poisons seem like they've only just started getting spread around. So actually, them not thinking of that might be not too out of the ballpark. I'm trying to justify their idiocy. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh my god, me too, man.
Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do. No. Really? Is that really true? Yeah, that's what I think. I think that, like, they were committing crime, and then Kazuma was just a witness. And then they, you know, silenced him. Took him out. Throw the chef overboard! It was the chef! The butler did it. Oh yeah, this guy knew from the very beginning. It's why he brought up the chicken that one time really randomly. Just when, oh yeah, the pet that she had, it was a chicken. Haha, because it was just an inside joke just for him. He knew at that point, for sure, all the way up to this point. He knew that the Russian assassin was involved. He knew that she was involved. It's just, freaking 10D chess. The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
No, that's exactly what he means. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Oh, never mind. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Oh! Oh, shoot!
Mr. Sholmes!
Well, Seaman? Oh yeah, and he did establish that she used to be a member of the crew, and they take care of their own. Huh. Yeah. I mean, it was really weird that Kazuma didn't get a different meal. The only meal they had was the chicken. That's so crazy. Anyway, I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Huh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. There's no court in this job. No, there isn't. Instead, we have detectiving. Detecting. Great detecting.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now.
I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. You didn't spit that out? I thought it was just laced in there, like, you know, like something that was sprinkled on it or something. It was just a pill? How did no one spit that out? Like, we have a reaction, yeah, of, maybe the chicken went bad. I thought it was a rub, but he mentioned a lump. They really just hid it in the chicken, like you would a dog. They paid for the meal, they're gonna eat that meal. How could they guarantee that every single I mean, I know that Kazuma didn't, but like every other passenger would. The meals were complimentary, but like, I feel like if there was something off with the meal, I would stop eating it or I would eat around it or something. No wonder Shulm says the brain cell, everyone else is an idiot. I thought that he was one of them too, but no, he's the only one that has been oh my god, he's the only one that went to the brain cell sale. Picked it up, and just kind of went, I'll use it later. No, I could not make all drug. How do you say? Dissolve? Oh. So it was supposed to dissolve, and then it didn't. Dude. And if they didn't eat all of it, they wouldn't necessarily be knocked out. Shulms did it. Shulms killed Kazuma and took the brain cell for himself. Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Bodia slept soundly. Ah, so yeah, he did just witness something. Oh, that's awful. This will be funny at a later point. He said that every time he made a reference to the true, like, nature of this case, that he had already figured out. And he's just going, this will be funny later. This is just gonna be really dramatic and funny later. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. Wait, he also ate it though, so... Who will actually be guilty? Everyone, collectively. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. But the girl, I mean, she might have killed Kazuma, and it's just like, I can sympathize with, stowing away to run away from the abusive situation at the ballet company. I get that. Even the selling off the tiara to like have money to sustain yourself, like I get it. Murdering someone? A step too far, a bridge too far. Herlock Shulm sitting here like, this seems like it's a poison of some kind. Time to dig in! Just gonna mau the situation. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so, not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait? What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind.
What accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, like a snake, you must... Anyway, sense the vibrations in your heart. Oh. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final, logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. It's time for the finals. Hear with your eyes, taste with your ears, talk with your nose. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, these two prevaricators? Prevaricators? Observation? Truly, we will finally final this final. Just like last time.
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asuki's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely! You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh. Chunky arms! That's the real trick! I assume it's the earring, right? I've already read this, I think. Because she didn't notice that it's gone? Oh no. Free me. I've already seen this conversation! No! Hey, I'm gonna look at his chunky arms though, because I think that'll be funny dialogue. Is there... Nope, I can't look... Can I actually look over here? Huh, no, okay. It's on their persons. So I can look at her ears, his arms. Just his arms? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna look at his arms because I think that'll be funny. He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree trunks.
Yes, he certainly has sailor's arms. He's a born man of the sea.
Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that wardrobe by this man.
Naruhodo-san? Are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought.
Oh, sorry. Blame those hairy tree trunks. Okay. Regardless, it is this.
Yes!
I noticed the dainty jewelry you're wearing on your ears, Miss Pavlova. Were we to find a piece of those earrings in Mr. Asuki's cabin, it would prove beyond doubt that you were there. Although, we haven't actually found anything yet, so... Oh, shoot. I don't know! What else am I supposed to look at? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so... I thought I'd contribute to the show! This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Heck. Sorry. And I'm gonna save. For no particular reason. How exactly were we supposed to show? Two possible ways. Either we find a trace of something that the person in question left behind at the scene, or, if that's not possible, a trace of something that the person took away from the scene, be that accidentally or deliberately. A trace of something someone took away. If you observe closely enough, I believe you will find examples of both. Give them a long, hard, and uncompromising stare from all sides. That's my advice. Oh yeah, no, he's been screwing with us. Okay. Oh, I can't save. Oh no! Wait, I can't save! Oh! Hey, I didn't see this earlier. It's fine. I think I found it.
Yes!
We're good. We're okay. All I had to do was change the angle a little bit more. Or just notice things. Imagine noticing things. Couldn't be me. Seaman Stroganov. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Huh? Ah, yes, I, don't know where the dirt comes from. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. There's an ink bottle. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform.
And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform really is. Do I have, like... I mean, yeah, purple. Duh. Save before I can't anymore! Yeah, I don't want to lose several hours. That would be awful. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's this because there's no picture of the actual ink bottle.
Yes!
Yes! It's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Oh, right! Purple would have been a really rare color at this point, huh? Ugh. Cause like, shoot, when was like easier to find purple? Yeah, it was a very, very expensive. It was either very expensive or very not good for you. Have you ever heard of a funny color called London purple? It was made of arsenic. Not great for you. Either that or it was made of, shoot, what were they called? It's a type of beetle, and you could get purple from it by either very, very slowly getting it from them or beetle genocide, which is, you know, expensive and also kind of cruel. So, yeah. Both suck. Tiberian purple, I think is what it's called. I went on a weird rabbit hole. Don't worry about it. But yeah, and then there was a point in time when someone like accidentally found like an easier way to make purple that was not going to end up murdering you. You know, arsenic. Also Paris green. Same thing there. Arsenic. Ah! Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. This distilled from Purple Rain. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. God, that's like liquid gold. Why would you waste the ink like that? And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. All right. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I don't think it was everything. I think you're trying to cover up for her. Or for others. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Bordia do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Beef, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asoki's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. Yes, that is right. So, after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. He tripped on the cat? Yeah, apparently! She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asoki's cabin, Miss Pavlova... was he... already dead?
Why? I already told you! When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside,
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Oh. Yes. That is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand. And I believe you.
So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph, yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be, somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck... Yeah, I think it's the hand, because... What is it? Even if they were trying to fake the message and like put ink on his hand and like folded his hand up, that's not gonna be easy to do because of rigor mortis. So I think it's the hand. I hope that this is close enough. It is not the hand. It is not the hand. Is it the finger? Like, do I have to be like exactly on the finger? How long after? It takes hours to set in? That's the thing, we don't know. The other hand? Maybe it's the other hand!
Yes!
Okay, so it's the other hand. Yeah, I get to be correct, but not in the correct way, and that's always fun! Yeah, you were right. In this case, I was just wrong. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. His sword! It was his sword! Because it's the soul of a samurai, he would never go without it. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Oh, maybe it was a note.
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? Yes, you would, this entire time, because you knew this whole time. Where's the sword been? It's on the ground. It's, on the right side of his room. So, it's definitely still in there. Wait, so the thing I said earlier, right? This would have saved us so much time, especially when earlier I'm just like, aha, the earring that, wow, if we found it, would definitely put you at the scene of the crime, and he had it this whole time. Was it, dude, that was not a penalty. That was just me going too far, that was just me going like 5 steps ahead when I shouldn't have. I feel bullied. I feel like he's bullying me. Oh, you magnificent bastard, you. Okay, this is what I found.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? Oh, you know, that thing earlier that I tried to bring up, but then got a penalty for? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks real familiar. Somehow, it stirs up feelings of salt. Sholmes would love bullying me. He seems like the type to bully his friends. That is exactly what this man would do. But yeah, it seems so familiar, and a familiar sense of frustration and saltiness is rising to the surface. I've seen it before. Like I've seen it presented before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. Yeah, I did observe it! And I pointed it out, and it wasn't enough. Heckin' rude. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? Ooh, wow. This is the final clue. The final clue. The last piece of the puzzle that I have withheld from you. For dramatic purposes. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance Okay, yeah, no, he's bullying me. He's mocking me. He's doing this to me. It's not to him. He is directly bullying me from the other side of the screen. I didn't have enough evidence to... Wait, what evidence? This is the evidence! All we had to do is just like... Naruto even said it. It's just like, hey, if we had this earring there, it would just link you to the scene of the crime. It would have just directly done it. We didn't need to take all of those steps to get here. We had the freaking elevator. And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Yeah, I will. I know exactly where it is. It's this. Didn't have enough evidence because he was hoarding it. What is up with these inspectors and detectives hoarding evidence? Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your right ear, the one that has no... Anyway. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Huh? What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asuki must have grabbed that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asuki's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asuki do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Was that Niet? I don't know Russian. I still don't know Russian. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Is it head? But like, that was Russian Cyrillic, yeah? I don't know how they actually write it. I don't think it's actually... Is it actually an N, though? Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. Yeah, I was thinking, why would the door have been open? Why would Kazuma leave it unbolted? Because he literally has a stowaway in his wardrobe. So, yeah, he would have had to let her in. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Wait, what? Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
Just a moment, sorry, but
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course, you're Nikolina. There it is. He knew too much. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth, and I hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So, you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
But he's unconscious.
No! No, not the misunderstanding! Oh god, okay.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And...
No, she didn't even do anything.
As he turned around to look at me...
Oh, never mind, she did it!
I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
And that's when you went to fetch help. From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out on the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said,
"Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go."
So, you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yeah. No, here's the other thing. She was scared, but also, she's 15. Like, impulsivity is not kind of out of the question. She's not even a whole person yet. And like, I'm not saying that she's like blameless or anything, but it's just like, These are mitigating factors. Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway. In wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me.
So, you worked out a plan. To lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Oh, why was it drugged? Because they were sneaking her on board. They were making a secret stop. Yeah. Okay, 2 people. That makes sense, but also, what a dick move. Also, I think Twitch is telling me to take a mandatory health break. I was trying to put it off because it looked like it was wrapping up, but I have no more snoozes to stop Twitch with. My powers are limited. So, I will take a quick stretch break. And, like, walk in a circle or something. I recommend the same. Haha! Hell yeah, see? Health check, get ice cream, that's the mental health check. Ah, big mood, I kinda want some too, but I can't, not right now, later. I will be right back. Walk in a circle, or a square, any shape really. Ooh, brownies, hell yeah! Drink time! But yeah, be right back. I return. Ooh. There we go. Kazuma died to not just a 15-year-old ballerina, but the power of a 15-year-old ballerina, and also a cat. At the same time. Shoot an ice cream cone? Hell yeah. Man, I gotta... You know what I want? What I want is the cream puffs. Ice cream puffs. That's kind of what I want. I do not have access to that right now. But I do want that. Kazuma lost to gravity. Exactly, that's what happened. let's see. Continuing on. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see. Ice cream truck Sonic, ice cream with the bubblegum eyes. That is a very specific ask, but I get it. I haven't seen an ice cream truck in a very long time, actually.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the Esesperia did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. Thus, enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. Yeah, like, in the summer, I remember I used to hear it occasionally, but that was like a long time ago. That was me. No! I would never kill Kazuma! Never! It was my past life. That's why I've shed it aside. I have absconded away. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if you had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here? Oh, no. Because he said his friend was the inspector.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So, before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asoki really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know.
What?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
He was gonna ask our opinion! We were gonna be buddies, and... oh, man. There is a universe where none of this happened. Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... well, time to lay on the guilt. Lay on all of the guilt for this 15-year-old and realize the consequences of your actions. He was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? We know. We all know. Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? No, the music! Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? Oh, oof! First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yeah, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. This is cruel, this is cruel, this is cruel!
So, this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yeah, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? What other option would you even give me? The bed! No, obviously. We know. We know. Oh, that hurts. What do we say if I don't present it and I just talk about it, huh? The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with a sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would never have happened. You know what? I'm gonna go and listen to all the flavor text because I'm in pain. The bell cord. So, Miss Pavlova thought he was just coldly ignoring her request and going to pull the cord. But the Kazuma I knew would never have done something like that. No, I'm sure of it. His bed. I remember him being annoyed about the pillow. He said it was too thin. Didn't he put that big, thick book of Japanese law underneath it, in fact? Perhaps he was thinking of looking something up. Either that or talking to Miss Pavlova made him acutely tired. What? I got an achievement for looking at the bed. What the heck? Perfectionist pillow is what that was called. Okay. Bit weird, but alright. Good job, you got distracted! Even when the answer was obvious. Here's a little cookie! Alright, let's do it. We know what he was doing.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night. Certainly, it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however...
What is directly beside the bell cord?
The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asoki's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asoki intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asugi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But, unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Bordia was finally laid to rest.
Oh.
Rest in peace, best buddy.
I miss him. It sucks because he didn't have to die. It was so preventable. Man.
What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? I don't want to be on this boat anymore. I want to go back. I want to go back to that first time I got framed for murder. It was a better time then. With the CEO of racism, but bestest buddy was there. Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So, she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganov? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well... do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away, after all. I couldn't really expect anything any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Oh man, going back to the cabin has got to suck. Like, being forced to stay in the room where Kazuma died with all of the things in the room that show that he stayed there is like, I feel I would take a different, like, you know, a different, I would throw away first class treatment. Just, oh, I would not want to stay there. I don't think my heart could take it. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. Wait, where's his sword? I mean, he did tidy up, I guess. Oh man. Cause like you... Oh hey, that's the calligraphy that he wrote! Oh hey, that's the... Oh man. I'm emotionally distressed. I'm so emotionally distressed right now. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Did you not notice her in here the whole time? This is not a big room, huh? Okay. Susato-san?
Naruhodo-san? I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that.
Susato-san.
He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know. I'm going to make the bold assumption that this is Mr. Herlock Sholmes himself. I wish there was something I could say. Oh, nope, that's Inspector Hosonaga. Never mind.
Inspector. My duty was to see Asoki-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. Wait, why am I in chains again? And I'm free it now at least. Huh? Excuse me? Sholmes, what the heck? There were no hooks, but I think he's the plot hook. We don't need physical hooks. We just found one. Okay, anyway. Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo. What the fuck? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's, distracting. Sorry. So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say, you are a stowaway after all. Are you saying that you're going to quote-unquote arrest me? And by that I mean take me to Great Britain to Scotland Yard. Is that what you're planning? Yeah, I think he's about to abduct us. Wow, look at that, we suddenly have an excuse. A plot hook. He thinks this is funny?
We know what he's doing.
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. Oh shoot, hi! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, welcome in! Welcome to the very end of case 2. Sorry about that. If you, I don't know if you're avoiding spoilers about this, but if you are, you might want to dip. But if not, welcome in. If you need to rest, then rest. If not, then, you know, hey. Beep boop. I don't know what to say. I have lost my brain cells to, emotional distress. Stay! No leaving! Oh no! Well, June has spoken. I guess you're not allowed to leave. But yeah, stick around. Maybe we'll encounter more emotional distress! There's a lot of that. For the record, I was genuinely tearing up. Man. You've been automated. Auto-modded, more like. I'm sorry. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Azuki's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is 1 lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Identity theft! That's what we're going to do!
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Especially not one that successfully defended his own case of being framed for murder. Never.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Ah, the racism.
Oh, but...
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Actually, I think it actually... no, Susato does have a point. Naruhodo, despite the fact that he acted in his own stead, he's not an official lawyer. Like, he's still technically a student, and Kazuma did actually, like, officially become a lawyer. On the other hand, Sholmes is telling us that that wouldn't have meant anything. Because racism. Anyway. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes.
Raise his hand quietly. Miss Susato?
Yes?
Do you think, perhaps, I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you
studying law.
Oh, wait, none of them knew what his major was. Oh my god, I forgot. Yeah, he's never actually said. And they were classmates. And they were classmates. Oh, wait, no, he wasn't? Wait, what were you studying? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. So, yeah, I don't know what this guy was studying then. He is a lawyer in 0 capacities. It is a miracle and a half that he was able to defend himself. Holy moly! Like, I thought it was like, in the first case, like, okay, you're a student of law, so at least you can kinda get through a little bit, but wow, he had actually 0 experience then. Okay. Just have a knack for it. Yeah, it just runs in the bloodline. Bluffing. The bluff line.
Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, I have a month. I can cram all of that in a month to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Yeah, we're doing Legally Blonde now.
Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you
Seriously suggesting anybody could learn
all of that in just 40 days?
Wait, is he actually an English major? I don't know. I'd believe anything at this point. You could tell me that he's studying like marine biology, and I'd probably believe it. There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Phoenix was an art student before becoming a lawyer. Maybe he was studying art? He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, kinda, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector!
He's losing his job, yeah, but he was already willing to throw away his life for us, so we trust him. And he's willing to do that and more.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report.
I don't know, maybe you can, like, charge the guy with assault for literally beating you, Bruise. Like, you know, beating you up. That's kind of not great. He wasn't just willing to hoard evidence for us, he was willing to give us some of his hoarded evidence. And you know what? Honored. He's gonna be our evidence locker, exactly. He's not Gumshoe's ancestor, he is the evidence locker's ancestor.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me?
Are you sure? Wait, she tied the headband to the sword. She tied the headband to the sword.
It really is his soul. It really is his spirit. Man!
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom.
Oh, is that why we're in the handcuffs again? We shall— Are we still in the handcuffs? That remains to be seen.
We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness, what is it? Huh? Huh?
Please throw me to the ground 3 times.
Is this because she wants to, like, have us pay her back for throwing us to the ground 3 times? She did throw us on the ground 3 times. I do remember that. Is that the reason? He doesn't do it, right? Huh?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start.
Do you want to replicate the accident that just happened in this room? Oh my god, the amount of times that we nearly— oh no! There is another universe where, anyway.
But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. Well, good luck with class. Seems like they'll be okay. Well, they'll get there. Oh, shoot! I didn't get to read that in time because I thought it would stop. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from the inside.
No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times!
Oh, was it 5? That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Okay, it was not 5.
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it!
No, 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 no. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to throw her safely. Like, yeah, that was the whole thing with the accident happening.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? He's been in the walls this whole time. That's where he was emerging from with the hook. He just emerged from the walls. That's why we never saw him. That's why he keeps showing up randomly. We figured it out. He was the ghost. Can you yeet me? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling?
Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Bleh.
I love losing my ability to speak 5 hours in. He was in that desk, so obviously his teleporting technique has a little bit of it needs a little bit of work. But yeah. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. Leaves your head swimming, believe me. And it wasn't just the drugs. How beguiling.
I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer.
There he goes, dancing around again.
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yeah, it's why I decided to take every break that was offered to me this time. Gives me a chance to like rest in multiple ways. And you know what? I think it works. It is keeping me from burning out or like feeling it as much. He is once again hitting that shiggy wiggy. Oh, she's about to fight too. Let's go, let's go.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, she's gonna throw us again.
Oh, of course.
It's gonna be on us. It's gonna be on us. Yep.
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry.
Hiya!
Yep.
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed.
And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato squash.
Oh good, there's multiple versions. Well, time to get knocked out. My groggy state of consciousness. A scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Huh? Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. Oh my god. Karma. Oh my god, it's called Karma. Dude. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Yeah, same with bringing a gun on your freaking research exchange. Giselle Brett and also Wilson, both of them had guns. This should be fine. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject,
There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. Yeah, the end. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Man. He's gonna just keep haunting us. Hey, imagine if we actually managed to talk to his ghost because of the sword and the whole soul being in... that would be a funny thing. Maybe. Possibly. I just want to talk to Kazuma again, man. I just want to talk to him again. He's gone. Wait, let me go to the menu at least where it has music. You can talk to the sword anytime. You're right! I can! He just won't hear me! He can't talk back! Ah! Oh man, that was... It was fun, but also so emotionally devastating. Yeah, that was good. It was really good. Like, even when I was like... Even when I was like yelling at the game about like answers and stuff, I don't think I ever really got truly frustrated. I just... It was for Best Boy. It was for Best Boy. The parentheses be close parentheses romance. We better bring that sword with us. If we, listen, if we don't bring that sword with us, then like Kazuma's not there experiencing the trial and he needs to be there. We are a duo. No more bringing out the badge, we bring out the sword. If I can present the sword, I'm presenting the sword. That is exactly what I'm going to do. In every single one, I'll take the penalty hit. It's for Kazuma, it's for Best Boy. If it gets broken, then I will break whoever broke it. Holy crap, you're right, that is the prologue. Wild. Alright. Well, let me see who I can go raid. Oh, you know what? Emily is currently streaming right now. Emily, who's also a voice actor friend, and I can send you all that way. Yeah, new girl, no more new body, who dis? End screen, you're right. I should do that. Hey, new things, end screen, new things. But yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out. You know, I don't think people usually talk over the end screen, but that's what I'm gonna do. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will be back on Friday with the start of the next case. Oh boy. If any of them are gonna be as emotionally, like, trialing... No, it can't be. Cosmo is already dead. He can't hurt me more, right? Oh, man. I feel like it's gonna happen. Regardless, yeah. I'm gonna go mentally recuperate. And, let me start this raid. Mentally recuperate. Maybe get that ice cream I mentioned. It's not ice cream puffs since I don't have it, but I can get like ice cream. I will be back on Friday. Same time. Probably not gonna go for 5 hours, but like I'm trying to stretch my streaming muscles, like probably 3 to 4. It's probably not gonna be 5 hours. I need to eat dinner at some point. This was just, I couldn't stop it, you know? It was just so good.
Yeah, it was for Best Boy. I couldn't. We love Kazuma here. We also love his theme. I was so emotionally distressed that I literally forgot to use my toggle for the crying too. I would have changed it if I wasn't so like emotionally compromised. Regardless. Yeah, I think that's about it. So thank you guys again. And I'll see you on Friday. Have a good rest of today and take care. Bye-bye.